Hey, MPN, what's happening, brother? I see that you are here. I'm hoping this is the right one. I think only one started. Yep. All right, we're good. Only one. All right, we're here. We are here. Bang. 10 thumbs up already. We're 1 minute into this. Hey, Mr. Mick. Hey, Lewis. All right, now you guys are here, and we're in the right one, and it had only started the one. We're good to go, I believe. There we go. So let me go over here to live chat. Go. So, Derek, I am far from awesome. Although my wife might agree with you. What's happening, guys? What is going on? Yo, Peggy, you guys hear me, right? I hope everything okay. You guys hear me okay? Not much so far. Okay. All right. Cool. Hey, Jillian. Julian. God dang it. You sent me a couple photos. Hold on. Uh oh. Precipitation on the way. Uh oh. Like the shirt, man. I'm going to show this, okay? I mean, I assume that's why you sent it. I'm going to show it. And the best part is you are with Cosmo, the Cosmo Kramer. Check it out. Live. This is a photo live from from over by Philadelphia, PA. Got the Cosmo Kramer and that awesome shirt right there. That is cool. Man, that guitar looks so good. Nice shirt too. That is great. Very cool. Very cool. And one I did not show you guys last night. A lot of the other channels are talking about getting one of these. But MPN's actually got one. Look at that. How long have you had that now? How long have you had that pedal? A week? There you go. My other guys just dream about it. MPN gets it done. There we go. I'm wearing my shirt again, but yes, it has been washed today. Actually, washed about 15 of my shirts. And Cheryl's not here. Peggy, you're here. I did not wash them with towels this time, so we're good to go. Greasy. So wait, let me go up and say hi to everybody that is here. And we have MPN, Mr. Mick, Lewis, Derek, Peggy, Julian. Let's see. Gracie, Matt, and did I miss anybody? Rez, hey, there he is. Cool. Thank you guys. I really, I say it every show, whatever these are. This isn't a podcast because I don't put it out as a podcast. Multi. Yeah, thank you guys for being here, man. It's crazy. So for those of you who just got here and missed it, here is a picture of MPN with the Cosmo Kramer and his fretwork shirt. There you go. Oh, cool. And so you guys know, MPN can shred on that guitar. He really can. So good on you, sir. Good on you. Good on Mrs. Mick for making these fabulous shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and now hats. So there you go. Hey, I'm only speaking the truth, MPN. Derek, MPN is very, very, very blues oriented shredding. There you go. I've heard him play. I've heard some of his songs. He's going to collaborate and do a solo for one of my songs. So there you go. My hands smell like vinegar because I have Garguts' parts in a tray over there with vinegar and dish soap and a couple other chemicals. Progressive metal. Well, Rez, see when I think of progressive metal, I go back to the 80s and I think of Queensryche. That's the kind of progressive metal I'm thinking of. But then again, my heyday was in the 80s. And like I said, I'm closer to my 80s now than I am than when I was in the 80s. Okay. Queensryche, Rush, yep. Dream Theater. So, we didn't write anything like Queensryche, but when Kevin was singing, we were obviously able to play Queensryche. So we almost played the whole first half of Operation Mindcrime. And then I think we did the song Empire and Della Brown, which a lot of people really don't know Della Brown. It's Queensryche, but it was more bass oriented, bass and drums than anything. So we did do that, but I don't want to say. Yeah, we did Gonna Get Close to You from Rage for Order. We did do that. Dofka. How about that? So yeah, and then we actually, well, we did it twice, but we did take hold of the flame 2 times, and it was our fault for putting it in where we did in the set list. And by the time we got there, his voice was like, ah. So we only did it twice. Mike Portnoy is a very good friend of a drummer I had the blessing to share a stage with. Is Steve Moore, the mad drummer. This drummer's at the wrong gig. And Mike Portnoy is one of his best friends. Matter of fact, Steve and Jim Dofka, which MPN should know that name because I keep sending him stuff from Jim, who also shared the stage with me. They are getting back together. They did Psycho Scream, then Dofka, and so Steve and Jim are back together. They're looking for a few other people, and then they're going to start their metal projects again. Cool, Lewis. Billy Ray. Billy Ray. And I say that like Eddie Murphy, but in fact, Eddie Murphy's name in the movie was Billy Ray. So I should be saying it like Dan Aykroyd. Billy Ray. I can't do that. So yeah, and Queensryche, one of the last shows Jeff Tate did with them. Obviously, it wasn't Chris DeGarmo in it anymore, but it was Scott Rockenfield, Eddie Jackson, Jeff Tate, and oh my God, I can't think of the other guitar player. The original, he's still with them. Chris DeGarmo wasn't there. Whoever replaced him was there. But the other guitar player, the original one. I can't think of his name. Anyhow, everybody but Chris DeGarmo was the original members except for Chris. And they were over at the Wheeling Downs Casino playing in a room over there, which I thought was really bad. Going from everything they went through in the 80s to a room that holds 250 people. It was just crazy. Hey, man. It's all right. Better late than never. Better late than never, buddy. We did Eyes of a Stranger, Spreading the Disease. Pretty much whole side one of that album. But see, you guys have to understand, we played 4 sets of 50 minutes. You play 50 minutes, take less than 10 minutes, another 50 minutes, less than 10 minutes, another 50 minutes, less than 10 minutes, and then the final 50 minutes to an hour. Then you were done for the night. Thank God we didn't play like the Ramones. We'd have had to play 400 songs. But when you start doing the longer songs, man, it works out. Like, we did uh, I put the Black Sabbath medley together, which started out with Paranoid up into the solo. Then right there, it went straight into Heaven and Hell, up into the solo. Then it went from there to NIB, up into the solo. Then it went directly into Sweet Leaf, up into the solo. And then once it reached the solo of Sweet Leaf, it went right back to the solo of Paranoid and finished out with Paranoid. Took roughly 11 minutes, 12 minutes to play the whole thing. Yeah, we never played Queen of the Reich. We did do Take Hold of the Flame. Going to get close to you. Like I said, pretty much the whole first half of Operation Mindcrime. Yeah, the live show. Yep. He hits an E5 on that. Yes. And to think that that same guy who hit that E5 was also the same guy singing Silent Lucidity. So crazy. You know what funny, the funny part was Chris DeGarmo was right there with him on those highs and with backup. He really was. But actually, Jeff told the whole story because there was always rumors going around that his mother was an opera singer and he learned to sing from her. And then, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I saw an interview on him on YouTube and they were asking him. He said they all owe it to a very old guy over by Seattle who was a vocal coach. And apparently the whole band took lessons from this guy. And Jeff even said he didn't intend to be the singer. He was a guitar player. But I guess out of everybody in the band, he eventually had to hit the best voice, followed by Chris DeGarmo second. That's why, like, if you watch that show in Japan that you were just talking about, you'll see Chris singing backups, and he's right up there with Jeff Tate. Michael Wilton, that's the other guitar player. That's who I'm thinking of. So the only two original members left are Michael Wilton and Eddie Jackson on bass. They basically kicked Rockenfield out, the drummer. Of course, Jeff left, and Chris left in the late 90s twice. I think he came back in like 03 or something and did one album with them or something like that. But he now has I don't know how many jets he has, like Lear jets, but you can rent one of his jets and he'll fly you around wherever. It wouldn't work for me because I'd be up front talking to him. Put this on autopilot. Let's talk about the ESP guitars. Lewis, have I heard the singer of Iran? No, I have not. I think you did, Matt. I think you got everybody. I really do. Why does this keep cutting out on me now? Hello, hello, hello. Cool. That's very cool. Yeah, Chris was a main songwriter, and again, he was like the Michael Anthony to David Lee Roth to him and Jeff. Just watch that show again in Japan for Take Hold of Flame, and they all scream. They all do like gang vocals, but there's certain shots in there where you see Chris singing right with Jeff real high. So, but I thought it was funny that Jeff says, I was a guitar player. I wasn't even supposed to be the singer. That I found extremely interesting because, again, all through the 80s, it was his mom was an opera singer and she taught him how to sing. And to find out it was just some really old retired vocal coach that taught them. Yeah, Lewis, he's got his own, like you can rent his jets. I'm sure they're not cheap. Maybe I can rent him, have him take me to NAMM next year. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting. Go to NAMM, taken there by Chris DeGarmo. Then have one of my cousins that still live in California pick me up, ride me to NAMM. Never know who you might run into. Yeah, I have one cousin's an attorney in California. The other one's a big software hotshot. And then the one is married to, you're into like Baja and off roading and stuff, Currie Rear Ends, Currie, I think. She's married to the son of the founder and owner of Currie Rear Ends. Rage for Order, yep. I had everything they did up through Empire. And I couldn't wait for the newest Queensryche album. So yeah, they were great. And Jeff still does not sound bad. I mean, granted, he's not what he was 35 years ago, but neither is anybody else in their 60s. I mean, even Bruce Dickinson doesn't sound like he did 30 years ago, 35 years ago. No, let's go to the 80s. That'd be 37 years ago. Yes, they were. I knew who you meant, Lewis. But yeah, they're like now. I tell you who. Well, I don't know how old the video is, but the last time I saw a video of him, it could have been 10 years old or 15 years old. Tony Harnell he was the original singer for Knights of New Thunder, aka TNT. All Scott Rockenfield's drum kit with all the chains and everything. You know who's a killer drummer and doesn't get recognized for it? Anybody want to take a guess? And if you ever watched MTV in the 80s, you saw him in videos. He was in a popular band. They had a couple great songs. You got it, Lewis. Robert Sweet. Wow, that was quick. Robert is an excellent drummer, but never gets mentioned in any of the great drummer conversations. But Striper in general. Michael Sweet, great vocalist, great guitar player. Oz Fox. Well, I can. A lot of people did, Rez. I'm 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 friends with the original bass player Tim Gaines. I've been friends with him now probably close to 15 years. See, I saw him on Yellow and Black Attack, and then To Hell with the Devil. Hurricane opened up for him when the Hell with the Devil. They were in Pittsburgh at a place called the Syria Mosque, which is no longer there. It got tore down. So, yeah, a lot of people didn't get their. There was accusations they were just doing that as a gimmick. Um, I can tell you this, that Tim now has a church in Chandler, Arizona. So they were all ordained ministers back then. There you go, Lewis. But Tim is now in Chandler, Arizona, and has a church there and does a podcast every morning. So I know Tim really well. I never met the other guys. In fact, I'm going to do a bass for Tim too. Striper Slayer tour. Their testament, yeah. The first when well, actually both shows that we went to, they were throwing them out, and I can't believe. I mean, you couldn't do it now, I don't think, because if it hit somebody, they'd sue the band. But I mean, them things just like flew over your head, bounced off people's hands into your head. Oh yeah. See that's it right there, Mad. You hit a good point right there. Um, when you here's a good question. When you guys go to see a band live, do you want it to sound just like the album, or do you want them to do something else? I mean, like, say for solos example, you want it to sound like you know it, or do you want them to start it like that, then go off something else and finish it like you know it? MPN just want to have fun. You want it to sound res. You want it to sound just like the record. Now, I saw a video short of Kirk. Um, the Master of Puppets. I think it was Master of Puppets. He was saying that he is so tired of playing that solo because if he doesn't play it just like everybody remembers it, they get mad. No pun intended, Mad Hatter. But he's like, yeah, he's like, I wish we wouldn't even play that song anymore because He goes, I'm so bored of playing that solo, but yet if I throw two notes different in it, then I'm getting yelled at by people. Backstage. Well, see, now that was when Kiss, one of their last shows ever for the 15 tours they did doing that. They were on Eddie Trunk, and they called in. They were talking to Eddie on the phone, Gene and Paul, and they were talking. Eddie was talking about backing tracks or vocal tracks and all that stuff, and Gene come right out and said, "Look, we're 70s. Neither one of us sound like we did on Kiss Alive or Kiss Alive 2. He said, if you want to come to this show and that's what you're expecting, stay home and listen to those albums because we don't sound like that anymore." So I thought that was kind of good that they actually admitted that. So who knows, But I thought it was interesting that he actually did admit that, saying that stuff that I thought was kind of interesting. Basically, because for Gene to tell people not to come to a show, my God, he's Mr. Money Grab. But he's like, Paul still sounds good, but Paul doesn't sound like the 25-year-old Paul. So I was kind of, like I said, I was kind of surprised that he would say that because, everything's money, money, money for Gene. But I am, for that question, just like the album or not, I guess it depends on the band and the album. I mean, you see Pink Floyd, you want it to be just like you know it. I never had the privilege of seeing Supertramp. I loved Breakfast in America. I really did. I liked that album a lot. But just because they played exactly like the album doesn't mean it has to be boring. They were still basically a new band then, and they just, probably weren't at their peak. And that's where you come in to having a front man or a showman. You need somebody who, if you're going to do it like that, it's going to be just like the album, then you're going to need someone to put on that show and get the crowd going. So, but yeah, when it comes to Pink Floyd, I want to hear it just like I know it. Comes to Guns N' Roses, which I don't care to ever hear them again because I'm so sick of hearing that stuff. Don't expect to hear what you get on the album because well, back in the day, they were never sober enough to play what they were recorded. So I guess it just depends on who it is. And I know that's kind of hypocritical, maybe. Some, yeah, you can get away with it, some you can't. And I may be wrong, okay? I may be wrong on this one. But if you got, and this goes back to Ozzy and Randy, to me, when someone's playing Randy stuff, you better play it like Randy did. So and that might be holding people to a higher standard for that. So I don't know. Jake did take a little liberties on it after a while, but not in the beginning. In the beginning, he tried to do it note for note to Randy. Then, as he got more accepted, he went he went farther. Same, yes. Well, Matt, I agree. Same with Dime. Oh yeah, Jake's always been in one of my top fives. I'm telling you, watch that video of him on YouTube from just a couple months ago with the old wrestler Chris Jericho. I think it's called Jericho Talks or Jericho Speaks or something like that. He did an hour and a half video with Jake, and I tell you what, I was Jake's whole outlook on the whole thing from getting fired. It was just phenomenal. You saw it, Rez? There you go. Okay. Yeah, it was. And to have him say that to be there for that week for the back to the beginning was the highlight of his 40-some year career. Wow. I mean, like I said, I spent 4.5 or so hours, not quite 5, on the bus with him and Ray, playing his guitars and talking and making up songs and everything. And I can actually say I knew him, but Jake he was that way. Whereas, like you see in that video, that is what he is really like in real life. He's not this big ego maniac who, I mean, he's just like a regular guy. So was Ray Gillen, except for when it comes to women. Yes, Jake is very fortunate. But if you guys haven't seen that, you got Rez's reaction. Go check it out. It's either Talking Jericho or Jericho Speaks or something like that. It's a little over an hour, I think. And it's excellent. I mean, no hard feelings about Sharon. Obviously he regrets all the missing time between him and Ozzy, but yeah, it was Talking Jericho. Yep, that's it. Yeah, the whole interview's on YouTube. Great, one of the best interviews I've seen on there. Jake's just always been that humble guy. Talk is Jericho. Okay, hey Garguts. Yeah, Jake has always been, humble. Because that's one thing. I was talking to him on the bus, and it was like, I'm like, I don't mean to open up any wounds, but can I ask you about the Aussie gig? And he's like, yeah, sure. But what bothered him in the beginning was when he got the gig, and was people holding signs, Randy Road, bring Randy, and he's like, I didn't. The man died. It's not like they fired him and hired me. He can't come back. So he kind of went through that at the beginning. So yeah, me playing his white Charvel and and out of anything I could have picked in the world, I picked the worst one to play with the band, which was Bark at the Moon. So I would love to talk to him again and see if he remembers that day. I mean, Oh well. But yeah, it was well, here I am. That was what, 80, 88, 89. What year did the first Badlands album come out? Yeah, she told me that too, Raymond. 89. Okay, so Winter's Call. Yep. And then, they for 30 years they were you couldn't find Badlands. That was all because of Ray and the lawsuit. So, like I said, the time I spent with them that day, just one day, Ray was, when it was a bunch of guys, he was absolutely one of the guys. But a minute, couple pretty girls walked in, he was that guy. So, but yep, like Dreams in the Dark was a killer song. Well, yes, they were. But I mean, I'm sitting there with Jake and uh, Eric Singer, drummer, ended up drumming for what, 20 some years for Kiss. Those guys could have very easily done the same thing, but they didn't. So, and well, sadly Ray died from AIDS, and there's a whole study that whole the whole downfall of that, what happened. But it's a shame because that Badlands, I mean, to me, Badlands was one of the greatest bands that come out of the late 80s. But they came out too late because obviously grunge was right around the corner. But I don't think, if say, I mean, say Jake never played for Ozzy, and um and Badlands started like in 83 or 84, I don't think it would have went over as well as it did 4 or 5 years later, because that was, the hair metal, the glam metal time. I Derek, I have a shirt that says "Die Before Disco," and then I had one made. It says, uh, "Not into, never have been. No, not into grunge, never have been," or something like that. Hey, Jim, I can't stand Nirvana. Garguts. Actually, I have your parts over there soaking. I'm going to scrub them. So, yeah. So I never stood. I just never got into the grunge thing at all. And I don't even know, if you would, The only album that I ever owned, and I had album CD, that had anything from grunge bands on it was the soundtrack for The Crow. Hi, Eves. Hi, baby. What time is it? Oh, yep, mommy went to bed, huh? Yep. Hey, Michael. So, Garguts. I showed you how to do it. You didn't have to study it. But it does make a difference. Wax potting does make a difference. Yeah, backstage, that's happening to quite a bit. Um, a lot of people in a lot of the chats, that's happening. Lewis, musical talent went out there. Yeah, well, I agree. Michael, stream was behind. Hit the live button. So yeah, I am not a fan of grudge. And after all of us banging it out through the '80s, then we get signed 89, 90, go on the road with Grim Jack, and then grunge derailed everything. So I have a personal reason to hate grunge music. So I don't know. I MPN. I don't know what it was. I just know I couldn't stand it. Uh, Hair metal, I would say, was dying. Rez. Um, I would go with hair metal dying, not metal in general, because look at Pantera. Through the dark decade, Pantera was the one waving the flag, and every album was harder, heavier. You know, so I would say, yeah, the hair metal thing was done with. Yes. Yes, they did. Oh, Pantera just rocked. And that's why I will forever be grateful for Pantera, because even Metallica's, there used to be an interview with Jason Newsted, and people say we sold out. And we did. We sold out every place we played. He always made that comment. But come on now. Metallica of the 90s was not the Metallica of the 80s, where Pantera just spit in the face of all that and did their own thing. And they are the ones that kept it alive through the dark decade of metal 90s. And they will forever hold a place in my heart for that. Yeah, Julian, it did. With every singer in the world wanting to sing higher than Lita Ford. So, it kind of it basically went out just as fast as it came in. I mean, it was getting, when the entire band looked better than Vixen, it's like, oh, come on, something's wrong here. So yeah, hair metal was never meant to stay forever. Although it's just as popular now as far as airplay. Obviously, the guys are now in their 60s and 70s. So I agree, Mad. And that's when we get into people, the top guys about with tremolos. Obviously the first one is Eddie, and then you get into Brad Gillis, George Lynch, and then Dime took it to a whole nother level. So there's every now and then there is a reset, and then there's someone who takes it beyond what this was. Hey, Darren, welcome. I mean, people get mad at me with the Eddie and Randy thing. Going pretty good. Yeah, backstage, probably pretty close. So, you know, but yeah, exactly, Lewis. But I think Dime took the Floyd Rose farther than Eddie. And people get mad at me because they Eddie and Randy, Eddie and Randy. I'm still going to say Randy was a better songwriter. And I put that out there. Don't hate me for it. I'm just being honest. And when Eddie's own son says one of the greatest solos of all time was Mr. Crowley, yeah, Derek, and I've said that for years because everybody, I would, people would come up with me on that, and they're like, "Well, look how much more Eddie did." Well, Eddie lived 40 more years than Randy did, so I hope to God he did more work. Just because, you know, technically two real albums. I mean, there are two Quiet Riot ones. Japan released, but he wasn't. I mean, when he did that, he was 16, 17, 18. Julian, I agree with that. That or he would have been. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I don't think he would have stayed the living the rock and roll life for long. Yeah, I didn't know that. So I mean, it's weird because Eddie didn't. I'm going to say this statement, and Eddie kind of fit it, but then didn't. It's usually the ones that change the path are the ones that die young. Hendrix, Buddy Holly, Jim Morrison, you know, Randy. But Eddie also changed the path but got to live a lot longer. So that's what I mean. He's in it, but not in it completely. So, it's just weird how things play out, and unfortunately, we never know when the end is near because for each and every one of us, and no, I am not trying to be a therapist, but for each and every one of us, there's only so many heartbeats. So from your first one to your last one, it's what you do in between that matters. Why are you yelling at me, Rez? So going like the Pantera, when you watch the Domination live video from Moscow, when they go into the breakdown, 1 million plus people just nailing it. So it's crazy. It really is. Things happen for a reason. People come and go for a reason. And I don't want to know the reasons why. So I just look at it as, hey, what? It happened or it didn't happen. Either way. Derek, yeah. That's what I mean. Dime. I can't, as much as I love Floyd's, Randy never had one. And I like to think that he would have gotten into it. But then I think about it and I thought, you know what? Maybe he wouldn't have. So, people can argue about that forever. We'll never know. You really think that? You think Randy would have been all over that? Floyd? See, and that's when people when they order their Sandoval, they always have Floyd's on them. And I wanted mine the original. It's got the Floyd's or the Fender Strat tremolo. So, well, he had the Strat style tremolo on there, but it kept going out of tune on him. So, that aspect, if you think about it that way, did he not use it as much as he wanted to because he was having tuning issues? And if Floyd would have corrected that? Or was he more into his writing style that he didn't need the Floyd or the tremolo that much? But he does use a tremolo a little bit. You just hear a little bit of dives now and then. He didn't do big drops because it would go out of tune. So that again, that's iffy, you know. Maybe he might have used one if it worked, stayed in tune. That's very possible. For as much as I love Floyd's, Matt, I would love to think that was true. But unfortunately, we'll never know either way. But I do know this because this has been commented by a bunch of people around Quiet Riot and Van Halen in the 70s that Randy never once went to see Eddie play. Matter of fact, the only time they saw him was like at a party, and then when they had to open for him because Van Halen had got signed right before that show at the college. Said, but Dave and Eddie were at a lot of Quiet Riot shows watching Randy. So, who knows? It's all speculation at this point because we can't prove it either way. But I do know from everybody I talked to, including Randy's mother, I did talk to her, he was more interested in teaching you how to play. He loved being an instructor. He was more into that than he was the whole being a rock star thing. Constantly practicing. So, all right, we're an hour into this. Let's go to the bench. Get this on here so I can see. Again, MPN with his fretwork shirt and the Cosmo Kramer. Thank you again, MPN, and thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Mick, for making all that possible. And Mad, thank you for the email today. So, yes, thank you very much for that. Chat, there we go. Okay. All right, let me switch cameras. And we will, actually, I'm going to solder up another one of the meter testers and then brush clean parts in Garguts' parts. Guitar parts, not Garguts' guts parts. Take the headphones off. Peggy, if you were still here, if by some chance the volume goes down, please send me a message in Facebook Messenger. That way it'll pop up a lot more where I could see it more, I guess I should say. Neck holder / phone holder. Works great, man. I'm telling you. So, it's here. And we're going to do some scrubbing on Garguts' guitar parts. This is a white vinegar, distilled water, a little bit of dish soap, and little couple sprays of Zep. It's clean. Got the rust off the. Ooh. Put all these here, get it all cleaned. and I'll have, once I get it all here, I'll have to go through and rinse it all out. Just dissolving a bunch of that rust, Garguts. Just kind of shot. Let me get different. That one. Well, what I do with these, Michael, is I put this on it. And then it turns into this. Then you just plug it in and turn it on, and you can see your pickup outputs. Very easy. I also have, more expensive meters, but those work fine, man. For that they work great for that, because you don't have a lot of money into it, and it not only tells you the output of each pickup, but what happens if you're working on something and you're getting a mistake somewhere, you can use that flipping your switch to identify where it is on the switch that's bad. You sent me the pink set, Greasy, which I did put in a chrome one. It's up there, so if I ever have to fix or build a guitar for a girl who wants a Floyd, it's ready to go for with the pink upgrades. So Garguts, what I'll do is rinse these off, the tuners, and then they'll get soaked in WD-40 for a little bit. But this was perfectly clear when I put all this stuff in here. Yeah, I got right here. So I do a guitar for some girl. There was a lot of rust stuff on this. You can build whatever you want, Billy. But that Floyd is actually being saved for a build for a girl. You never know. You never know. That's why, that's what I told you guys about the parts donations. I'm not picky, whatever it is, because I never know what's going to come through here. So, I mean, you never know. It could be a 50, 60-year-old guitar. It could be a new $89 guitar from Amazon that won't play, or, you know, needs worked on. I'm probably going to end up changing these posts, Garguts, because even though they're rusty, that's getting the rust off of them. The edge. You know what? Wait. I have that brush for that. There we go. That was just rust caked in there. Might not be. That might be all right. Either way, if they need changed, I'll change them. Better than it was. Thank you, Mad. That would be greatly appreciated. Tomorrow, the Firefly from Brian is supposed to be here. And it'll end up going to some kid or veteran or even a homeless. This one might be on the rough side. Thank you, man. Like I said, all parts and guitar donations are welcome, and they all get used. And again, I also ask everybody, do you want me to just tell whoever the person is that this was made possible by parts from fill in name? Some say yes, lots say no. So it's up to you guys. I like to give credit where credit's due. You know? Wow, that rust just come off these like crazy. That was crystal clear when I put this stuff in there right before the show. If anybody, as far as I know, it's only in Japan. And I know a couple people in Japan, and none of them's ever, but they're not guitar guys, so they never went out looking for it. But there's a shielding paint called Noise Hell. And I think it was only in Japan. It might just be, wow, that was like completely rusted. So if anybody knows where I can get the Noise Hell shielding paint, please send me an email. Yeah, Garguts, it is. Well, it's not rusted anymore. Now let me put the bolts in here. Or the screws, I mean. Not worried about, yeah. Here, where'd that, this screw right here, just like that one. So worried about these. Worried about the potentiometer bolts. Got different ones for all that. Yeah, it's just satisfying to see finished product. Something. Doesn't. That's great. Now the bench top's gonna smell like vinegar. Oh well. Yeah, now look how much more dirtier. Gargut, what happened to this guitar? This is the piece that goes around the neck. I got your potentiometer, the switch stuff in here. All nice and clean, ready to go. But yeah, I figured there had to been some kind of story behind this guitar. Ah, did it again. I like Mick's new stuff. Unfortunately, there's been too much damage done. God dang it, look at all that. Been too much damage done that there would never be even one reunion show. Not only did Motley Crue have more money than him to fight it, he lost it, but it was also they made sure in the agreement that he not only paid $750,000 for court costs, he also had to publicly admit he was lying. And I don't believe he was. It's like, you said it, now you got to say you were lying. Cool, Billy. Better get that guitar ready. By the way, those of you who are new to the chat, once we hit 500 subscribers, there is a guitar given away. And yes, it will be given away and sent to you, not just used for clickbait. I know Under the Bus show has given away guitars. We're giving away guitars. Other channels have not. I look at it this way. You guys either want to hang out here and watch me do this stuff, or you don't. I'm not going to beg anybody to stay here, and I'm never going to tell you what you can and can't go watch, or who you can and can't be friends with. We're all adults. Screws out of here. Now dump this out, and we'll put in some warm water. I'll rinse everything off, and I'll dump that out. Then we'll put the parts in here and spray some WD-40 on them. So for those of you who didn't think, white vinegar and Dawn dish soap, distilled water. Like I said, I even put a little bit of Zep cleaner in here. And then not only is Billy donated the guitar for the 500 subscriber giveaway, but he's also doing one for the 1,000 subscriber giveaway. And this one's going to be kind of, well, I'm not going to say anything. Let's just say 1,000 subscriber, both guitars, the 500 and the 1,000, be free to you, free shipping to you, free guitar to you. The only thing I ask is when you get the guitar, please send a photo of you with the guitar so we can show it on the channel. Just in case some people out there want to say we didn't do it. Plus, it's nice to let everybody know, yeah, so and so won the guitar. They really did. And that's what I'm doing here. All right, let me empty this real quick. Watch me spill this in my drink. That'll be good. Rusted vinegar in cran grape. Watch out, Aves. I gotta get to the sink over there. Watch out, baby. Good girl. Hold on, guys. Put just a spot of dish soap in there. And hot water. Hey, watch out, babe. Good girl. That is like half a drop of dish soap, but that's not a very big container. Stuff back in there. Restoration Project, Ibanez. Hey, Garguts, MPN's got a 7-string Ibanez, he'll sell you. No tremolo on it, though. This one. Did you guys watched any of you guys subscribe to that Kevin Fashad, something like that? He sent he posted a video today of his first signature guitar. It's a take on a V, and it's actually pretty cool. Yeah, up in Michigan. I think he's a drywaller by trade. Yep. Yes, he does. He got his new custom guitar. I think he said it's been right around a year in the works, and he unveiled it today in a video. It's cool, man. I mean, it definitely does look like an evil gothic flying V. Been watching his show for years. He's got a lime green Jackson soloist. No tremolo on it, though. Screws out of here. You know, I told you guys that I had songs that I didn't play yet for people, and I'm writing. I have two that were done, and I have them, and I was writing the where I told you I had another set of four, not serial killers, but another set of four I'm working on, and so it's like I could call album killers, but that's already been done. So, so I have two of the four that are done, and two that I'm writing right now. Hey, you gotta move again, honey. Sorry, babe. So I could do like an 8-song EP of terrifying stuff. And I have 6 of the 8 songs. So me. Well, if you guys are nice, I might play the 2 that I have already. But I'm in the process of writing the other 2, and as soon as I get the words done and the music, that stuff won't be processed. The last 2 won't be processed up until fall and winter of this year. Because he's done doing my stuff for right now. But once you guys even see the title of these 2, you'll understand what the collection of 4 for those would be. All right, some WD-40. Just gonna let these kind of soak in here for a little bit. And then I could have, an 8-song EP. And once you guys see what these other the other 2 that I have done out of the 4 are, then you guys come up with a name. Don't even need the tester, just need this. Then Billy Ray has one of these. One of these testers set up. Then I just cut them off right here. Don't need those. All right. This is the first one I ever did. It's going to be on the 90. So we'll see how that works. This was the cable I had. Didn't need it no more. But it's neat how these, I mean, it's not, you can use it, you can to figure out which part of the switch is bad. Hey, Mickey. Oh, tomorrow, when I give these three away, multicolored, I'm also going to throw in this. I don't know what color that is. You're going to get 4 of them. In wide, the new design. So paper goes in a lot easier. Out of the way. So this does come in handy. I like it, or I wouldn't be making them. Yeah. Ah, crap. Got to change the tip. Still got the knife blade tip on it. Oh, well. Cleaned out there real quick. barely touching. Should have switched the tips. Hmm. Yep. I'm gonna let that cool down. Pick a name for tomorrow. It's basically like the wheel thing, but I do not remember where I located that. So I have the wheel of names on my phone, the app. Just put the names in there and spin it. But I have to figure out. I do have to figure it out on there. I'm supposed to do a couple crash courses on EV Mux with Tone. We just need to figure a time to get together. Do it. Aw. I'm probably going to regret that. Oh, great. Ow, that hurt my knee. Oh. Oh, God dang it. I can't wait to get my knees fixed. Then I won't sound like I'm 90. And it'd be nice to, and that sucker's hot. It'd be nice to be able to go around, actually get to NAM and walk. Yeah, there. That back on. That out there. There. Yeah. As Garguts. That's what I basically have. That I have the app they put out for a phone for the wheel of names. Crap, got to put that back. So yeah, it's on the phone, and I think that's actually what it's called, wheel of names. Oh wait, before I do that, I did this before. Hold on. There it is. Might not work on this 90-degree one though. I think it will. Yeah, that. Way too big. Crap. It's too big. Small. So what I gotta do is push this on. Did this before, got it all wired up, and realized I didn't put nothing in the right place for it. Take it all back apart. These do come in handy, guys. Plus, nice to know what what your pickup is putting out actually. You don't have to take the back panel off and go through all that and start poking and prodding. Just plug it in the jack, turn on. Not enough. This one too wide. So, and I'll probably end up giving away another one of these. Slide down. ones I usually use. Apparently, I'm out of them, which sucks. Yeah, so I have, like I said, it's someone was talking about making the serial killer album. And I have, obviously those songs done. You guys have heard them enough times. But I also have two done out of four more. And they're not actual serial killers. But come on, get hooked. And so I don't know if I should do it that way. Just release, the normal love songs, anti-love songs individually, and then create a EP version of the other one. Like one on first, dang it. Yeah, I screwed that up. Should have put the black one on first. There I go, talking and not thinking. Paying attention. As a Harley, do you have any opinion? I have been out of it for so long. Greasy. I no, I haven't even looked at them for years. I got rid of mine and never looked back because I knew if I did, I'd regret it and want them back. And now, I can't do it no more with the back operations and both needs needing getting replaced now. Just make me sad. So I don't follow them. I don't do anything. I don't even look at the ads anymore. So I can't help you on that one, brother. Sorry. Can't tell you this. out there where you're at, I surely wouldn't want to be on the highway out there. Ain't no way. No way, shape, or get over that. I've seen too many episodes of Chips. Back in the day. That's how I should have did it to begin with, right there. And I'm pretty sure it's more congested now than it was in the 70s. It was the 405 was crazy when I was there. Compared to what I was used to here in Ohio. This took 3 times longer than it did because I wasn't prepared than it should have. But you guys get the idea. Hello. And my uncle, when I was out there, had, it wasn't a Harley, it was a 77 Kawasaki. It was like this color green, street bike. I think it was a 750. Like, here, take it. Nope. Here for a little while. Actually, 1 year of my life. Although I did take his, he actually had, he didn't have the pipe buggy. He actually had the fiberglass body Volkswagen buggy. Did have a lot of fun with that though on the beach. And I don't know where I can't remember where we went. Quite a few times, like yep. It was fun, man. His was big red, real deep red metal flake. Had the one pipe roll bar. It was like this color red, big chunk, like a bass boat, fiberglass or not fiberglass, flake, metal flake in it. All the exhaust, the whole motor was freaking chrome. Then he also had a boat, two boats. One he raced, so we'd go to San Diego for the races. Then the other one was the houseboat that he actually had a cabin and everything on the Colorado River. And that thing had the houseboat had a 427 tunnel rams, 2.4s on it. The one they raced had a Dyer 671 blower on it, 454. Okay, that's all there is to that. Just plug this into the guitar, turn her on 20 or 200, flip power on, turn your volume knob. You can see what your pickups are doing. Go through the switches, see if there's any trouble with the switch or any of the pickup wires. And that's, you don't have to take the back of the guitar off and start poking and prodding in the wires. Yeah, that's what he had, the black diamond pleated interior. It was, I mean, it was like that color red with gigantic metal flake. And the big paddle rear tires. And the whole freaking motor was chrome. Roll bar was chrome. The metal around the windshield, it was only about 10, 12 inches high. It was all chrome. Everything on it was chrome. Snap that up more. Yeah, I was on the back of the boat on the Colorado River on a gigantic inner tube. And my dad actually had, well, we still have it on the 8mm movie roll thing. And this was the 427 tunnel rams, 2.4 barrels, you know, chrome headers coming out of over. They were upside down out of the back of the boat. And I'm on the back of this inner tube. And apparently I got the signals wrong. So I'm hanging on this inner tube. He takes off. And apparently I got to go faster and slow down backwards. And my dad's got it on video where I am just hitting the water every so often and doing this crap, then hitting the water. And I remember him telling my dad, my God, Ronnie's holding on there longer, faster than anybody. And I was trying to get him to stop, but I guess I was signaling the wrong way. And then when I finally did let go, over 80 some miles an hour, that water felt like hitting concrete. Matter of fact, I had two black eyes from that. Then when Lori, girl I hung out with out there for a year, when Lori was teaching me, we were at I think it was Huntington Beach. She was trying to teach me how to body surf. And I got picked up by a wave and slammed face first into the sand on that one too. I ended up with, oh, that might, oh crap, I never thought about that. That ain't gonna work. That angle in there. Oh well. All right, so I have to do this. Where'd that go? Yeah, I got to the point where I didn't want anything to do with the beach anymore. It sucked. I got stung by jellyfish. I do remember that. That was terrible. Oh man, I even thought about this. Yeah, the angle might have been the wrong thing to do there. But anyhow. So that one's done. Don't need this. Don't need that anymore. So this will be a future giveaway. Plug it in the guitar and turn the volume up. See what you got. I said, ask Billy Ray. He's got one. Peggy's got one. Peggy was one of the first ones to win one, actually. Wait, put this stuff back because I do not like things floating around in the way. I take a chance and damaging your guitar or somebody else's just because you want to be lazy, not put stuff away. That took what? Less than a minute. There we go. So these stands, I do print these stands. That's 3D printed. So it holds it on an angle like that. So I do make these stands. Yeah. All right, now let's get this stuff wiped down. Now it's been soaking. That might be the wrong rag. That one's soaked already. Hold on. Let's see. Where's the other one? That one. This should have smoothed them up. Oh, yeah. Garguts, man, these things was like trying to turn a screw through gravel. Nice and smooth now. Yep. Very nice. So, don't worry. I'm going to put a new claw in it because that claw was crappy. Those I do have about 15 of them. Cap. Something out about, well, Mad's sending potentiometers, so thank you for that, Mad. We'll have some of that for you. Put this stuff in here. Actually, knobs, I got a ton of knobs, so we'll put a new knob on that one too. Especially since the guitar is going to be painted. when everything looked pretty nice. Sorry, guys, I haven't been following the chat very much. Oh, yeah, that turns a lot better. That. Or before, like, resurrecting old. I'm getting really good at resurrecting old parts. A lot of kids around here learning on resurrected old guitars and parts. Oh, yeah, much nicer. That's right, Greasy. It is. But it's, it's amazing what some people throw away. You might be shocked to see what some of the. I had a guy come down here one time. I'd worked on his guitar. He was a paying customer. And he's like, "What's all these other guitars here?" And I explained the whole situation to him. This was probably a year and a half ago, at least. And he's like, "Oh, I got some stuff that's I don't know if you could save it. I'll go get it." He brought it down about a day or two later, and it was a bunch of tuners and everything that were really nice shape. They were just the they were worn down. The finish on was worn down there and around here. Other than that, they were fine. And to him, that was no good. So there was tuners, and he did toss in, I think, like 3 or 4 new locking nuts for Floyd's. He brought down like 5 sets of tuners. I think 3 of them were black. The other 2 were like one was a worn down gold, really worn down gold. But there was nothing wrong with it. I just cleaned them up, ran oil through them like this, and they worked fine. Other than the fact they just, looked old and worn, but the Floyd nuts were new. And he threw in, I don't know, maybe 10 packs of strings. He did have a couple old switches that were still good. He just didn't like the switch. They were all 3-way. He wanted 5-ways. But yeah, it just amazes me what people throw away, what they consider unusable anymore. It's like, wow, I know people that would love to have that stuff. Hey, David. All this stuff looks a lot better now. This is, let's see. Yeah, where the knife edge goes, it's not bad. Just a bunch of the paint or the finish worn off. No grooves, so that's still good. But if I think I have an extra set, if I do, I'll put them in. If not, these ones will still work. There was a friend of mine who ended up divorcing the wife. No, it wasn't Dave. Another. So I said all of mine and Beth's friends from the '80s to now were the only two that's still together. One of them's been married 6 different times. One's been married 4. All the other ones been married at least twice. One got divorced and never got remarried. They're like, "How you two stay together?" Dude, first off, you gotta love them. Second, really helps if you don't cheat on them. But he divorced. She was the type. She about ran him broke. She's the type that would go buy a new dress, wear it once, and then want to get rid of it. Twice, maybe. Shoes, a couple times, time for a new pair. She'd take stuff to a Salvation Army. He's like, "Yeah, enough of that." So all this stuff is reusable again, Gar. Man, I will take anything you want to send. Somehow, this has a weird dent in it. Like, it went like this. Still usable. Tap that back. But, no, like I said, it took a lot for me to ask for donations from everybody. And I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, I'll take that," or "I won't take that." Everything ends up getting used. Might not be right away, but it's here in inventory. Especially now, inventory is almost gone. So that's fine, David. I'm seriously, anything. Because I mean, I can't sit here and say, "Oh, well, next week I have this guitar coming and this one coming." I never know what it'll be. I never know when I'm going to get a call from one of the instructors or one of the stores saying, "Hey, do you have this, or can you do this? Or this guy's got this guitar, but it's trash. Can you do it?" And, again, I don't have the luxury of saying, "Oh, well, that's a Les Paul, or that's a Strat, or that's a be anything." Old harmonies, old K's. So I don't turn. I mean, like I was saying the other day, Greasy had sent those Grover. They were like Clouson tuners, but they were Grover. And I had an old guitar in here I was working on that needed those. I was like, "Yes, this will work fine." And there was only 5 of them. And a year later, he found the other one and sent it to me. So I have them now, but that guitar has been gone now for a year. Thank you, David. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't, with beggars can't be choosers. Even screws, anything. It doesn't matter what it is. It all ends up getting used sooner or later. I had a bunch of stuff, and now we're at the bottom of the barrel on almost all of it, except I did 18, all those pickups from RJ. Although a couple of them didn't work, couldn't get a reading out of all of them, out of any of them. Like I think there was 3 or 4 out of all those. And that were the ones he had question marks on the bottom of them. So I don't care what it is. Screws. I am good on Strat pickguards. Actually, there's 12, 13, 14, 15. So not counting Barry Rich's Buddy Guy pickguard, I have 15 Strat pickguards. So I'm good on those. I'm good on knobs. Except for those killer aggressive ones I want from Geiker. But I want those for myself. Like the other day when I cleaned those pots, I cleaned because that's all I had left. I'd love to be able to spend the $85 or $84. Well, it'd be tax and all 90, probably 90 some, on those 20 or 25 pure tone input jacks, one big bundle. Because I've seen them now. Some places are asking $12 for one. You used to be able to get them for $4 something a piece. They're like all over the place, anywhere from $6 to $12 for one. And what I'm finding out is if you find the ones that are $6, then they make up for it in the shipping. Well, thank you, man. Thank you, David. Yeah, I think Greasy was the first one out of everyone in the chat that sent stuff in. That was a big box too, full of stuff. And he sent the speaker, the Celestion Vintage 30. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people have donated a lot of good stuff, and I appreciate it and thank you guys very much for it. And it goes in waves. Like when I get a nice stock of stuff, and I'll go through a lot of guitars. A lot of people donate stuff, and then I go through the guitars, and I'm down to nothing. And then it's a while before I get any more donations, and then and 1 or 2 guitars will show up, and I'll be like, uh-oh. There you go, Garguts. There's all your stuff ready to go there. We'll put new springs in it, but I'll save these. Yeah, well, the heck. Should have used this one. That's a used one, but. So I'll end up giving this away. Not going to worry about this knob Garguts. I put it in here. We'll use it on a guitar that's not getting a new paint job. Let me dump this WD-40 out. And look at all that. Hold on, guys. Trying to get all that oil out of that container. You can tell we don't have any grandkids in here because the hot water setting is 128 degrees. Although hopefully that's going to change now. My daughter is finally talking about having a child. She laughs. She said, boy or girl, between her husband's dad, who is like Daniel Boone, the child will be able to kill and skin and mount its own food. And then from my side, be able to build guitars, paint cars, and build guns and reload. So, well, at least your kids will be self-sufficient. All right, that's better. Actually, I just put all this in here. That gives me my metal parts tray back. Stick right there. There we go, Garguts. And now, so I know that's yours, which put your stuff in it there. Back plate. And just to be on the safe side, I do this too. I have one that says Dane, one that says Rich. Had a couple that said MPN. And they go on the shelf. Blue on blue is not going to work. Garguts. Garguts parts. Put this on the shelf. Then be ready to go when it's needed again. Go. So there's Dane's, there's Rich's. I got those are empty containers now because I got the other guitars done. Cool. He's back. Away. This back away. Washed. So tomorrow for the giveaway, and we'll have a Firefly to go over tomorrow. Supposed to be here tomorrow. Giving away these 4. They're all wide. And you might say, well, why all 4 the same? Well, 4 different grits of sandpaper in them, then you don't have to take the time of changing it. Although, Mr. Mick will see when he gets his, this design is a lot easier to change the paper on, where before you had to take this off, draw it out, try to get it started, and try to feed everything in. Now you just fold it there and there, and it goes right in. Knock the drill bits off the table. Hold on, guys. Every time that happens, I end up losing the littlest drill bit. And I've replaced it I don't know how many times now. And I keep losing it. All right. Okay. So I'll give these 4 away tomorrow. And then sometime next month, I'll give this away. And then give one of these bench neck rest things away. There we go. All right, let me get back over to the desk. Drink. And then the big giveaway is going to be one of these, but this style with the parts tray. So, I mean, it comes in perfect. Look at that. Look at that stupid shim. Oh, that's yours, Garguts. We don't need that. So you can put Allen wrenches, all that stuff in there. Or it works great as a phone holder. Actually, if you turn that way. There you go. So it'll be one of these, 4 in the wide, 4 in medium, 4 in narrow, and 4 in extra wide. And some other stuff that actually I gave all that stuff away, most of it. I'll have to make more. But so it'll be, guitar maintenance complete kit. So there you go, guys. All right, let me go over to the other side. And these are made, I use the rounded bolts on the one side, wing nut on the other so you can adjust the tension. We're a good half hour away from my mic dying. Switch headphones on. On everybody. Oh, dang it. Let's go. Switch cameras over. Okay. All right. So you guys know the 4 serial killer songs. And again, there's 4 more to kind of go in that vein with those. 2 of them is completed. I never played them because I kind of wanted to wait till I got all 4 of them. But so it's going to be what? Probably another 8 months before I get any more back. The other 2, well, I got to finish writing the words for them and all that. But we're talking, end of the year. So if you guys want to hear the other 2, which you've never heard before, ever, the only person who has heard them is my wife. And, of course, Mark mixing them, but and I really should send something for the background singers. I know they're on his payroll, but still, they don't know me from anybody, and they're probably trying to figure out why this guy's writing songs about serial killers. But who knows? Hold on, let me make sure. Is you guys able to hear that? I have two of the songs out of the four. These two are done. They were the first two I did for this series of four. No, okay, hold on. I'll get him. Hold on. Trying to figure out which one to play first. So I'm in the process of writing the words. Actually, I got one of the next two done words wise. Crazy. Very crazy. Hold on, guys. I'm okay. I'll do that one or the other one. Yeah, it's a shame that that happened, Mad, but little minds. That's what happens. Okay. Crap. Now which? All right. Okay. I'm not going to tell you the name of this yet, but you'll. Well, as soon as the course hits, you'll figure it out. But see if you can understand what he's words. Now this is two of four. These two are complete. Matter of fact, I finished up the third lyrics today for the third song. The fourth song, I'm still working on the lyrics. All right, so here we go. Can you hear that? Can you guys hear this? Okay. Figure it out yet? Frankenstein. I don't like that. I don't like the backup right there doing the main word, but I can learn to live with it. Yes, this is about Henry Frankenstein and then the monster, what it had to go through. So that's different. And actually, I call the song, because I'm just kind of like naming them as I went. And this one was just called, because it's a little bit about the mad doctor and then a lot about the creature, the monster. Because for years, people mistakenly called the monster Frankenstein. Not the monster was just the monster. So I called it, the title of it is Of Frankenstein. Like he created it. Okay, so you can see where I'm going with this. Serial killers, monsters. All right, so here's one more. This is the second one. See if you know, you gotta know this one.
Shadows of Carpathian skies.
big words. About Dracula. It was really nail scrape the coffin walls, and I changed it to lid. True, Greasy. Better late than never. All right, so that's 2 of the 4. I'll tell you what I will do. So obviously you see the pattern here. We have Frankenstein, Dracula. The words I finished, at least the first complete version, I'll go through and change it again. But the whole song, the words are written is about the Wolfman. Thank you, Lewis. And I was thinking about even going into the Larry Talbot, putting that in there, because I mean I love the old Universal monster movies. So yeah, werewolf, and it Lon Chaney Jr., which that actually wasn't his real name. He was Lon Chaney's son, but he wasn't Lon Chaney Jr. Um, he was the only of the Universal actors to play all of the monsters. He played Dracula, obviously the Wolfman. Uh, he played the monster for Frankenstein, and I think he was the one of the mummies too. So that's the Blood Crown of Dracula is what I got it called right now. Then the other one is Of Frankenstein. So they kind of go with the other ones, but they also kind of don't. So here's what I want. See if you guys want to get involved in this though. Again, when I put these out, you know, you've never seen what? Oh, until you was 12. Okay. Abbott and Costello, yeah. That was just on last night too, by the way. Pluto, Monster Channel. Uh the Deadly Mantis just finished a little bit ago, apparently. Um so so I have Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Wolfman. That's the top three. So two questions for you guys. Combined the four serial killer songs with these four, what would I what name should it be called? Because like the you know, Alone the Echo, All the King's Men, Road of Fire, and excuse me, and Tears, and Devil's, well, no, Devil's not that, but Dark Love, all that stuff. That'll just be released individually. But I can put the four serial killer songs and these four songs as a 8-song EP, I guess. But what? Yeah, the giant cloth. Yeah, plus that has um Myra Corday in that, which she's another gorgeous one. So what should be, what could I name that group of 8 songs for an EP? So you got the four serial killer songs, which is serious, and then these 4 songs, which are kind of based off the movies. Thank you, Jim. Um, so you got to come up with a name for the EP, and then second question is, so we have Frankenstein, Dracula, Wolfman. Number 4, The Mummy, The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Someone said Jekyll and Hyde. That was Boris Karloff was in that. Well, that was in with Abbott and Costello, Meet Jekyll and Hyde. Uh, the Invisible Man. So out of what should be the there you go, Monsters Among Men. So what should be the fourth one? Oh, I knew you were gonna say that, Greasy. And that's probably my favorite. That one. I love the movie, and I love Julia Adams. I think she's one of the most prettiest actresses next to Ava Gardner. Then again, there we go, dark hair, long dark hair. Can't get away from that. So you got Creature from the Black Lagoon, The Mummy, Invisible Man, Jekyll and Hyde. Uh, yeah, I think that was the only other 4. Yeah, yeah. That was Julia Adams. Gorgeous. And Myra Corday is in Tarantula and The Giant Claw. Yeah, that would have been a great movie had they not shown the stupid puppet thing flying in the air. The only thing I'm thinking of is how hard. Yeah, but I already got one about Dracula, so I don't want to do that. But how hard could it be? I mean, when you get into the Invisible Man, or even the Mummy, or even Jekyll and Hyde, there's a big storyline you can draw from the movies to write a song. But when it comes to Creatures of the Black Lagoon, that would probably be the hardest of the four to write. So I'm not sure. I have the one for the Wolfman is called Curse of the Wolfman. I don't have the music for it, just the words. It is 1, 2. So you have an intro, and then verse 1, and I label all the stuff out like this for Dave. You got intro, verse 1, then there's the pre-chorus, chorus, verse, bridge, and then solo, final chorus. Because what I have to do when he comes up here to learn all this stuff is I actually double or triple space all this, and then he goes through. I'll play it both if it's finished. You know, if it's one I did the bass on, I'll play it finished on here, and then, or if I'm writing it, I'll show him what I'm doing. He's writing in what goes where. Then he starts looking at it and listening. Then he'll start adding his notes that only he understands for his little fills and stuff like that. So I have, it's Curse of the Wolfman is the name of it. The Terror Squad. Yep, Greasy, and he was also in Revenge of the Creature. He was the lab assistant who had the little. He checked. John Agar was the doctor, and he calls him over and says, "Doc, are you telling? I thought you said if they were well fed, they wouldn't eat it." And so they had a cat and mice in the same thing. He's like, "Well." And Clint Eastwood, and terrible acting too. I don't know if it was like his first. I don't know, it was bad. He's like, well, today there was 4 in here, and now there's only 3. And then John Agar asked him, are you sure you fed him? He's like, yeah, I always do. Oh, and he pulls a mouse out of his pocket, coat pocket. He goes, oh, there it is. That was in Revenge of the Creature. And then the stupid movie, The Creature Walks Among Us, should have never been made. Where they capture it and try to convert it into breathing, and that one was dumb. Yeah, it's on. Pluto TV. Download the app. You can watch it on your computer or whatever. It's free. No subscription, no nothing. Pluto TV. Go to Universal Monster Movies. Matter of fact, I'll tell you what's on. Like I said, the Deadly Man has just ended. Because it was on at 10:45. And actually, do I have? Oh, yeah. I started making a list because I kept asking everybody. They show the same things over and over. And okay, Dr. Cyclops is on right now for another 50 minutes. Then you get 2 versions of the original Dracula. You get the original one, then you get the same exact one, but in Spanish. Then you get a newer version without Lugosi. So those three are in a row. And then you come up with Dracula's daughter. And then the evil of Frankenstein. Then Frankenstein. Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, which will be on time. Oh, about 11 a.m. here tomorrow morning. So what, 8 a.m. for you. But I started going through, and when I was watching one, I'd scroll forward as far as I could and write down them in order so I'd know where they would be. So the older movies start with, I have 65 of them listed right here. You have Abbott and Costello meet Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Then Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. Abbott and Costello meet the Invisible Man. Abbott and Costello meet the Killer, which is Boris Karloff. Then Abbott and Costello meet the Mummy. Then it goes to Andromeda Strain, the Black Cat, the Boy Who Cried Wolf. See, I wish they would put these in order. Then you got Bride of Frankenstein, Brides of Dracula, The Car, Creature from the Black Lagoon, then Creature Walks Among Us, then Curse the Undead, Curse the Werewolf, Karyuko, Beast of the Amazon, Dr. Cyclops, which is on now, Dracula Spanish version, Dracula's daughter, Evil Frankenstein, Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, The Frozen Ghost, which is Lon Chaney, The Fun House, then The Ghost of Frankenstein, then Halloween 2, House of Dracula, House of Frankenstein, House of Horrors, The Incredible Shrinking Man, The Invisible Man Returns, The Invisible Man's Revenge, The Invisible Ray. Then the comedy one is The Invisible Woman. Then Island of Lost Souls, then It Came from Outer Space. Kiss the Vampire, The Mad Doctor of Market Street, The Mad Ghoul, Man-Made Monster, The Monster and the Girl, The Monster on the Campus, The Mummy, The Mummy's Curse, The Mummy's Ghost, The Mummy's Hand, The Mummy's Tomb, Night Creatures, Night Monster, Night Walker, People Under the Stairs, Phantom of the Opera, Revenge of the Creature, She-Wolf of London, which, what's her name? Lassie's, Timmy's mom and Lassie, and what's her name on Lost in Space? She's in this. Son of Dracula, Son of Frankenstein. Then you have about the snakes, then the tarantula, then the Thing, then Tremors 2, Werewolf of London, and then the Wolfman. And I need to keep going on the list. That way, when I look on there, I know what's coming up instead of having to watch everything and try to figure it out. Because every time I asked, because I belong to the Universal Monster Channel chat on Facebook, and nobody has a lineup of the movies in order. And I thought, well, I'm just going to make one. And so that's kind of why I doing these 4 songs, but the Blob. Yeah, on the Creature Walks. See, it should be Creature from the Black Lagoon, then Revenge of the Creature, because that's the order, and then The Creature Walks Among Us. Instead, they show the first one and third one, and then 30 movies later, they show the second one. But yeah, they caught it, and they figure out that it has lungs and gills, so they try to make it live in out of the water. It's a stupid movie, should have never been done. But what I like about the second Revenge of the Creature, Lucas, the guy that had the boat in the first one, has another boat for the second one. The original, man. And it's the Rita. The first one was the Rita, then this one's the Rita 2. And at some point, they're trying to catch the creature, and I'll just say this much. they have dynamite in the water, and he's out. Lucas, the boat captain's out on the rowboat with the guy, and he's like, uh, "This isn't going to hurt my boat, is it?" And he's like, "No, just enough to shock the fish." He goes, "Okay." He goes, "My boat, like my wife, it's not much, but all I have." Yeah, greasy. Yep, the original Blob. And do you know who the woman was in there? His romantic interest. Without looking it up on Google, you guys know who that was. I'm full of useless information. She was Andy Griffith's Helen, who started out as the Opie's teacher that Opie didn't like, and they called her old Helen Crump or old Miss Crump. And then when Andy met her, she was gorgeous. Actually, oh, if you like Hogan's Heroes on 24/7. Star Trek's 24/7. Helen Crump. By Annetta Croissant, something like that. But she was, trying to find a good photo of her and Andy. She ends up marrying him in like the seventh or eighth season. I can't see. So that was Steve McQueen, love interest in the Blob. And they said, I don't know how true it is, but her and Andy Griffith got along so great that there was talk that they actually had an affair during the show. And then, um, come on, dang it. Yeah, there. Julia Adams. Creature of the Black Lagoon. K of in the movie. Yeah, there's one of the. Yeah, I am Full of useless information. But even as a kid, oh, I know. Come on. But even as a kid watching this movie, I didn't know why I was in love with her, but I was. And then Ava Gardner. I love Ava Gardner also. Can't help it. Dark haired women. Oh, sorry. Set the phone on that. Didn't mean to do that. Ah. That's when I took my G.I. Joes over to my sister's Barbie's dolls. Yeah, Bob Crane, Greasy. Do you watch Hogan's Heroes? I used to watch Hogan's Heroes religiously 50 years ago. All right, man. Keep up the good fight, man. Um, yeah, I used to watch it religiously until I watched the movie that was about Bob Crane called Fast Forward. Watch that. That'll that'll change your opinion of Bob. All that stuff. I'm telling you, just you can download. Dang it, you can download the app for Pluto, and all this stuff's on there. It's all free. You've seen it, okay? With Greg Kinnear and oh, can't think what the other guy's name. The guy who supposedly killed him. Bozo the clown. I never I never met Bozo, but I did get to meet William Defoe. I did get to meet Mr. Rogers, but his show was based out of uh, Pittsburgh. I remember going to my parents took me to downtown Pittsburgh. He was it was a store or somewhere, but he was there like had the whole thing the whole day for the kids. Nice guy. Yeah, Julian, look up. You have to go under movies, or well, let me find out for sure. Yeah, it's Monster. It's Universal. Well, here's what the screenshot looks like. It's got the. Come on, focus. There you go. Universal Monsters. Focus, dang it. I thought he was, I thought Hogan's Heroes was great. Yeah, I've always been a history buff of World War II because of my grandfather and uncles and all that stuff. You leaving, Julian? Julian? I always say Julian. Julian? Or what? Wait, what time is? Oh, it's probably what 6 in the morning for you. You got to start your Wednesday. Hmm. Yeah, when I first saw, well, have a good day. Have a good day, Julian. When I first saw Fast Forward, I couldn't watch Hogan's Heroes for a long time because every time I'd turn on an episode, that movie would come back in my head. I was like, ugh. And my daughter the other day was talking about she gets her horror classic movie thing from me. She loves all the scary movies and everything. And she was talking about something. I don't remember what it was. Something about in a movie that really got to her. And I said the biggest thing that got to me in a movie wasn't even a horror. I mean, it was a kind of a horror movie, but it wasn't even scary. But it just thinking about the situation is what got me. And it was Robin Williams in the movie. Um, 1 hour photo. Yeah, it was 1 hour photo. And in that movie, Robin Williams actually breaks into the house and eats their food, drinks. But when it showed him taking a crap, yeah, it showed Robin Williams taking a crap on their toilet when they're not even there. They didn't even know he was in the place. That got to me. I was like, man, that's crazy. Talk about. I know when my garage was ripped off, and you talk about feeling violated. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Let me see what this is. Oh, okay. All right. That threw me off. Not the one I was looking for. Track. Oh, the guitar that Searching for Tone sent me. Told me to do anything with it, give it away, do whatever I want. It is now in Columbus, so it'll be here tomorrow. Well, later today. And what was the other one? Lewis, your stuff is in Marshall's guitar is still on the way. So your stuff, Lewis, and Mr. Mick says like Thursday or Friday. You'll have it. Wow. That's cool, Reese. Oh. I'll run Ava over. Here is the stuff that the that Rich got for my uncle's grave. And more importantly than anything, here's the letter. This is from the there's two letters, and there's the letter from him, the general, and then the letter my uncle wrote. So this is the one my uncle wrote, but this is what they said about that letter. Transmittal of mail to my grandmother. Enclosed is a personal letter written by Company L 108th Infantry prior to his death on the 23rd of February 1945. This letter was canceled, returned to writer in error, and therefore could not be sent through regular mail channels. For the commanding general, George T. McMahon, Major Adjutant, at the headquarters, 40th Infantry Division, Postmaster, San Francisco, California, March 21st. So basically a month later, that was written, and then he enclosed my uncle's letter in with it. Deceased. Today, very first thing right there. Today, for some strange reason, I have the urge to write. So I thought I would. Very first line. February 22nd. Less than 24 hours later, he was dead. Hey, Ogre. So I sent a copy of this to Rich when he was down there, and he actually showed it to those people. And screenshot of the letter. And I have since sent them everything they were asking for. And now my uncle is going to be in their tours. All kind of stuff. Booklets, letters. Manila American Cemetery and Memorial. which was there for Veterans Day. So ogre. Have sit there and scream ogre, 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 and have Dan Connor as our coach. That is, if Roseanne will let him. So, that's pretty cool under Patton. Oh, ogre, you're a trip, man. Ogre, did you hold on? You weren't here yesterday, were you, ogre? I did. No. Okay. Well, you might not know. You know, I was accused of breaking that guitar on purpose. The giveaway guitar. And accused of stealing the pickup, the neck pickup in it. Yeah. Yep. And the worst part is he even admitted. I didn't watch the show. I'm going from what I was told. He even admitted that he accused me of that. So it's crazy. I'm glad I'm away from that. But yeah, I just thought you'd find that interesting. So you missed it. I played two songs trying to figure out, although um, trying to figure out what to call it. The EP of the 4 serial killer songs, then 4 other songs that are not serial killer songs, but they are. I mean, I'll tell you what, they're monsters. One's about Frankenstein, one's about Dracula, one's about the Wolfman, and the fourth one I'm trying to decide what to write about. Yeah, I bet that's not cheap, Greasy. The Mummy. Yeah, well, the choices were The Mummy, Jekyll and Hyde, Invisible Man, and Creature of the Black Lagoon. Yeah, Greasy. I seriously thought if I go to Nam, if I could ever make it there, to take one of the ones she made for me and have her sign it. Yeah, I figured because they did just Wasn't there a set for $350? But I don't think they were. I don't think they were signed by him though. Yeah, I'd take one out and just say, here, please sign this. You made it, sign it, and then put a clear over top of it and put it back in the guitar. That would be cool. I just Derek, did you ever find out if she's still making them, or can you order one with her making it now, or is she just going to be a supervisor role? I know you tried calling, or if Derek's even still here. Oh, okay. All of them signed by him. Okay. Hmm. Well, Ogre, it is what it is. No more, no less. But I didn't think I saw you here last night, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, and I just thought you'd like to hear that. They said she will make them, but if it's a JB, she won't do any custom work. It has to be a standard JB. Yeah, well, get a black winter or Pegasus or Nazgul. See, I must be the only person in the world that does not like the JB SH4. I never did. It may be. Yep. Yeah, there's just something about the JB pickup, and not the initials, but I never liked the sound of it. I like the custom 5. I think the 6 is an all around um, great sounding pickup, but there's just something about the 4 that and it's in the Green Monster, and I just can't I cannot get it to sound the way I want it. Well, I hope MJ's doing that to whoever's taking her place when she retires. But she's got 40 some years in there, so who knows how long she's going to be there. Yeah, I just don't know what it is. That's why when I heard Jeff Beck playing on the Aussie song, I was shocked. I was like, wow. Excuse me. I know it's probably not true, but I used to make the joke when I first heard that, which was patient number 9, that that's probably the most distortion Jeff Beck ever played with. There you go, David. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that, Greasy. I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't have the sound that I am looking for, and I can't get it out of it. That's the bad part. Usually, anything else, you know, sitting here for hours, you can kind of get it what you want. But it just with that, and it's not just that one. Uh, everyone I've ever had, you know, in the last 10 years. So they just all get replaced. But I would like buy the Nazgul or the Pegasus or the Black Winters. And no, I've never tried that, David. And then I'd take the JB out, and then when I had to work on somebody's guitar, instead of throwing a Duncan designed or one of the Chinese ones in there, I would actually put the JB in for them when I had them. But I can't get the sound out of it that I just don't like it. Not saying it's bad. I mean, a lot of people like them because they're very popular. It's just not for the kind of metal music that I'm doing now. Okay, that is what Nazgul was in the yellow one. It's either a sentient Nazgul in the green one or a sentient and Pegasus in the green one. And then the orange one on the end has a sentient. Okay, if the green one here, the green cracker was sentient and Nazgul, then the orange one is sentient Pegasus, or vice versa. But I do like the sound of the sentient. No, David, I never tried that. The only DiMarzios I have now are in the Sandoval. The two that came in the Sunburn, I traded them to. I traded them away, which was the Distortion 100 was the red one. I forget what the neck one was, but they were yellow and red, just like the ones that I just put Seymour Duncans in there. Which is the yellow is a Jazz, the neck, and the red is the Custom 5. And again, Greasy, I'm not saying that the JB is not good, because it's very popular. A lot of people have it. It's just not for the sound I like. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, Ogre. And it's weird because I kind of go and state, well, let's see what that is that's a Custom 5 and a Jazz in that one. Vader. But I really love the the Black Winters were supposed to be designed with that Swedish Norwegian metal sound, and I don't think it's. I don't know. That maybe it's how I have going through the Engle. They definitely have that punch you in the face sound to them. So, but I'm not a big fan of DiMarzio. Although I showed photos about a month ago, I did put a set in my buddy's Zach Wild guitar,
and they were real fancy. So the covers were all etched out, and they actually did sound really good. I just don't remember which ones they were. That was God. That was a year and a half ago. Well, the Slug, uh, Custom 5, Black Winter. So I've used one, two, three, 4, 5, 6. I've used 7 different guitars on those. So each one's got different pickup configurations. The 2 new songs, which you never heard, I just played them for the first time tonight. Actually, I've had them for a while. I just never played them because I was going to wait till I got all 4 of the monster songs done. And the Frankenstein one, keep thinking I got the headset on. The song Frankenstein one was recorded with the blue one, and Dracula was the green crackle. I got notes written down, everything I used and settings and everything, so I'd go through because I would ship them over to him with all the part or all the tracks too. No, I do not have a full shred. So I know the yellow one's the Nazgul. So I'm thinking the green one might be the Pegasus and the Sentient, and then the orange one would be the Sentient and Nazgul. Then the red one got a Jazz in the neck, Custom 5 bridge. There is a 6 in the mirror. There is a 6 or 5 in the rainbow, Black Winter in the blue one. I might have to try that, David. But all the King's Men was recorded with Greasy's old mirrored guitar. Dang it. Hate getting that cord wrapped around everything. Yeah, so the only DiMarzios I have are in that now. Matter of fact, all the humbuckers are pretty much all some form of Seymour Duncan, except the first orange soloist there is a Sir Thornbucker. And then the third one, the third Charvel from the end, the green, that is the Lawler pickups in that one. The rest of them are all Seymour Duncan. And what I paid for those 2 Lawlers, I could have got 4 Seymour Duncans. I'm thinking I should have done that. Derek, if I ever sell that Warrior, you'll be the first person I'll let know. Okay. He like really loves that guitar. I'm gonna run over Ava. Now I want to do this. I gotta unwind that. So this one has the Slug, which is pushing out of this 43 or almost 44K. And then I actually have a dime bucker in the neck, because if you went with the regular neck pickup, man, when you flip the switch, it was like you shut the volume off. No, I've never tried that. I got the Thornbucker in that one, in that orange, the first orange one there. Well, the regular solos. The second orange one's the Pro. But yeah. So Derek, if I ever sell this, I'll let you know first, okay? Yeah. And what's funny is you would think this would not be comfortable to play, but my God, it is. Yes. And you got the kill switch. This is a 1 meg volume pot, 500K tone, German Floyd, slug, dime bucker. It's amazingly, because leg here and leg right there. It just fits perfect. I mean that's I'm letting go of it right there. Look where it stays. Pretty much. I freaking love this guitar, man. And the plug is up here, out of the way, not in the bottom. A lot of them they put in the bottom horn. So yeah, it's a great guitar, man. And the slug is definitely a very powerful pickup. So if you want to learn 190 turn, you got to turn to D sharp. And I didn't do that on purpose, actually. Swear to God. Just changing the tuning for Cole's band and then my son-in-law's band, and have to unlock and change the spring tension and everything. When I finally got it, I was like, that's it. I'm leaving it right there. So that's what it ended up being. It's just weird how this sounds so much different with the different settings. Okay, so you got, oh, wait a minute. There's the green moss. That's the one for the JB. It's just amazing how you can set these. crazy. Wow. That was loud. That's too much distortion on that one. So yeah, it's just D sharp. But between that and the slug, and I'm probably 1/8 of an inch away from the strings on the rear, 3/16 on the front. So come on. Oh my God, I hate chords. Wow. Like really. So yeah, and that little kill switch, man, it's like and with a dime bucker not turned around, you got more bottom end. But again, when you go to the dime bucker, both of them, and the slug. So yep, there's a. That's actually I drew that on with a marker, and I think the red might be a red paint marker. That's like a Sharpie. I've had 3 or 4 different skulls on here that I drew on it, trying to decide which one I want. Then I got the blood coming around the side. Thank you. All right, guys, we are at 4 hours. Back. Apparently I have to oil the chair. Wow. I ran the cable over right there. I feel it. right there. I go through so many cables right here on this chair. Everything's sitting right here. So, with that, everybody, any last questions, comments, concerns, or criticism? I'm remembering that now. Oh, David, the Thornbucker? Well, want to hear it? Wow, is that loud? Let me find one. It's got a lot of, God dang it, cord again. Got a lot of bottom end to it. This guitar came from Dane's. Speaking of that, I need to run this banner for a minute. So, see if I can find something else. Well, I'm looking. Yeah, I'd have to play it. I would have to play it through the amp. Yes, it is. It's very good pickup. I like it. But it's not the one you're talking. This is just a regular Thornbucker. So, yeah, I put orange back behind that one. Although, under that light, gives it a different color orange, but no, it is. It's a good sounding pickup. Okay. but it comes with a lot of bottom end on it. But it is a good pickup. I've had it for over a year, I think. But if you know, it's like I'm just going through the Helix here. You go through the amp, it's got a different sound, and it does sound. It's not muddy bottom end. It's clear, and you tune, you know, set your amp up for it. It's very articulate. There you go. But yeah, like I said, I've had it probably a year and a half actually. This is one. The neck on this is a soloist, but I don't know because this is just like the green Sliman and a couple of the other ones, but the neck on this is different. You really can't. Where my bones is flat back here, literally flat. There's no curve on it. Up here, right here, and on the bottom, when you come across here, you know, God dang it, this is always flat anyhow, obviously, but this is extended flat. It actually comes back even more and flat. Then the curve starts. So it's kind of wild too. And I thought, man, that's different. So apparently, when they did this, they must not have had the board, or must not have had the body completely flat. I don't know. I don't know how they would have done that on CNC and messed it up, but can't really. I'll have to show it at the bench tomorrow. I'll show it. So you have, you know, your flat, the width of the white binding, and then double that. It's like flat, only a quarter inch out flat on each end, each side. Then the curve starts. So it's got a real weird feeling neck that I love, but I've never felt this neck on anything else ever. It's definitely a mistake somewhere, or they put the wrong cutter in it. I got this off of Dane. He was live, and I came in the show, and the first thing he said, he's like, "Hey, I got another soloist for you." And he had his son go get it and showed it to me on the live stream. Hey, Zach. What's happening, man? You got here just in time. So yeah, it's just, you know, a lot of these guitars have something a little bit unique about them. Like this is, I mean, I got a lot of soloists, and it's the only one that this is on like that. So it was a mistake somewhere along either that, or when they were sanding it down, they just went wait, yeah, because that even blends up to here. You can kind of see it up here. It was clear over. There's, you know how they're always round right there. This is flat, 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 flat. Then it breaks over. Hmm. See, I don't have a preset set up for this one. This one is the Pro I worked on and buffed out. So actually matte black or matte finish like that. No painting, no nothing. Went from that to that just with sanding and buffing. And that's the one I got all the gold fluid, gold knobs, gold tip, gold tuners, gold locking nuts. But yeah, so we went from that to that. I see the Body Jackson Road. Wow. Thank you, Zach. Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it's like 3 times as wide as it needs to be for the binding, and it feels great. I mean, I was like, yeah, this is crazy. Because where bones is right at the binding comes and it's curved, and in the middle is flat. That's the opposite. It's flat, 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 then curved. I'm telling you, God dang it. I'm telling you guys, if you haven't tried a flat neck, you need to. You'll be amazed. Yeah, this one, like I said, it right there, and it just starts to curve. Then it's flat. Where that one's flat, flat, flat. Then the curve, then flat again. So Mr. Scary. So remember, oh, wait a minute. Remember, everybody, at 500 subs, we are giving away a guitar, and then again at 1,000 subs. Thanks to Billy Ray, who is donating both guitars. So go again. I just ran over the cord again. What, flat like that? Yeah. I'm telling you, it's weird when you first play it. You're like, what the? Then after you play it, you're like, man, this is freaking great. But yeah, I'll do it. Not a problem. And I promise I won't break it on purpose. Let me plug these back in before I forget. This lasted 3 hours and 20 minutes. So just to be on the safe side, take 3 hours with it. Cut it off. I need to make that new desk in here. Yeah, Zach, I've seen all 40 stuff. We did that show together for a little while. I wish I could bring all mine here, but I have no place to put them. My wife will not let me put them on the rest of the walls all around the place. Jumbo stainless are great. That's what I got to put on the one for Marshall from Hawaii. What's today's computer? What's today's date? 13th. So 8 more days and it should be here. I'm kind of anxious to see what that one. Oops, sorry. That. Kind of anxious to see what that one's going to be. So. Yeah, great. You know, jumbo stainless are great. Um, I freaking love them. But I'm telling you, if you was going to play like a bunch of bar chords real fast in a punk band, then that 59 Les Paul, because the frets are, I mean, it's like just slide, you're there. But the rest of these, I do believe, all have jumbos on them. Not all stainless though, but jumbos. So are metal guitar scales easy for me? I guess you're talking to me. You're just talking about running scales. Not as easy as they used to be. I'm a lot older now with bad hands. I keep saying 35 years ago. Actually, wow, 40 years ago is when it actually started it. So, I mean, yeah, what I could do 40 years ago, I can't do anymore. I know how to do it. I know what to do. I just can't get the hands to do it now. Which, by the way, sucks. So, all right, everybody. We are at 4 hours and 17 minutes. And it's funny because I was always told that these long shows were worthless. I'm Italiano. I like to talk. So, all right, everybody. With that, we will play the intro, outro. Thank you, Mr. Wood, if you're out there. And with that, everybody, good night, and I will see you tomorrow.